Semua cepat dapat Furinanya kalian, amin. Menang cut off P77 ternyata. Udah ada orang ya, baru tak ganti screennya. Halo Rika dan Crimson, aku lagi makan ya, ini kursinya tak pendekin. Semoga kalian cepat dapat Furinanya, semoga cepat dapat Furinanya kalian, amin. Menang cut off P77, ternyata teori member bikin rungkat terbukti. Boleh tak hapus nggak komennya? Boleh aku hapus nggak komennya? Ini Crimson. Halo, selamat siang, kalian jam pada makan? Masa sih? Coba kita lihat ya, akun ini kan akun kedua aku kan nggak member ya. Dia rate of 50, dapat nggak nanti? Bang, aku menggoa, walah. Menggoa dulu PT 16 156, kenapa nggak dapat? Member apaan ini? Lo kenapa? Kenapa yang member nggak pada dapat kah? Oh, tadi aku ngeliatin beberapa streamer yang gacha Furina dapet. Loh, berarti kalian bakalan dapat senjatanya atau C1-nya nanti cut off-nya. Nomor 76, Mona 78 baru pulang Furinskui. Waduh. Udah. Males member lagi dong, jangan. Jangan. Aku lagi makan ya. Jangan. Iya kak. Berarti doa menang red off salah ya. Messi yang banget. Oh, Messi yang banget. Oh, enggak, aku mau Archon quest Yuna. Jadi maksudnya kan apa namanya, tidak berekspektasi yang apa namanya, yang nonton banyak, karena aku memang mau Archon quest aja. Halo Yuna, BTW lagi istirahat siang kah? Yang belum makan silahkan makan. Mes yang salah. Oh, sebenarnya kebesaran ya, berarti di sini. Aku lagi ngubah-ngubah suara juga sih tadi. Kenapa Yuna? Happy kah kamu hari ini? Habis sih makannya. happy banget banyak berkas. Maksudnya itu banyak project jadi banyak cuannya gitu, atau happy sarkastik? Oh, ini ntar ya, aku minum dulu. Aduh, lagi istirahat, mangan siang, mam dulu. Mana sih? Ah, ini tombolnya. Bisa langsung mam dulu. Berarti gimana tuh, banyak berkas berarti banyak ini, banyak project. Bagus dong, berarti dapat banyak bonus kah nantinya? Malas member lagi. Iya kah? Masa kalian nggak kayak gini sih gacanya? Tak tunjukin deh. Jadi gimana teori aku terbuktikan? Masa kalian nggak kayak gini sih, gini? Masa kalian nggak kayak gini sih? Masa kalian nggak kayak gini sih? Gimana sih? Gini. Tuh, loh, come on. Langsung padahal mau pamer tapi nggak jadi. Jadi gimana teori terbuktikan? Bentar, aku member nggak sih? Yes. Oh, aku iya. Loh, bukannya aku red on ya? Loh, kok gitu sih? Bukannya aku red on ya? Kok aku, bentar, aku salah hitung kah? Bentar. Bukan aku red on ya? Emang dapat apa? Ini akun utama kan? Akun kedua iya red off. Akun utama red on deh. Emang dapat apa kemarin terakhir? Loh, kok aku kecewa sama diriku sendiri? Dapat apa emang? 70. Oh Yelan, nggak bilang. Udah deh, kayak stop streaming aja deh, malu aku. Loh, kok gitu? Oh, aku salah perhitungan ternyata. Padahal mau pamer. Maksudnya kan aku sudah ini. Maksudnya kan aku sudah ini nih, apa namanya? Sudah red on kan. Nah, jadi aku mau gacha langsung dapet gitu maksudnya. Langsung dapet. Terus mau bilang, tuh kan member dapet kan. Padahal udah red on, mau nipu gitu. Oh, taunya red off tuh. Oh, aku itulah berarti pelajaran yang bisa diambil adalah jangan berniat menipu. Mantap, jadiin shorts bodoh. Absen bilang absen juga Z. Tapi kamu ada di Rara ya? Kamu Z tadi ngeliat gacha kamu, wah ibaratnya kayak mau bilang kurang asem gitu. Iya, aku salah perhitungan, tak kira tuh red on loh aku. Ternyata 2 akun red off tuh. Oh alah. Nah deh, aku pakai coba teorinya Z tadi ya. Mana sih kamu tadi ingetnya di sini sih pas digacain sama Rara tadi. Mantap ini short. Lah aku salah perhitungan. Malu-maluin. Nggak bisa lagi deh mempromosikan membership begitu ya. Mana tadi ya? Kamu ya tidak dalam sini nggak sih? Oh, di tempat pertama kali ketemu Furina kan? Kalau nggak salah Z tadi teorinya. Ya kan di sini kan. Loh, bisa begini. Iya kah di sini? Emang iya? Di mana sih Furina tuh? Di sini kah? Bukan deh. Di mana ya? Iyalah di situ lah, di mana lagi? Dikhianati diri sendiri. Dikhianati oleh diri sendiri. Oh, apa tuh? Sendiri. Oke, sip. Oh iya, ya dari mana Furina ya? Nggak di sini kan? Bukan deh, tinggi lagi nggak sih? Iya kak di sini kak, aku lupa Furina di mana ya Z ya. Kalau kamu masih ada. Atas lagi nggak ada setahu aku deh. Tapi sempit amat dia kalau tegaknya di sini. Ah udahlah gacha-gacha aja lah. Dapatnya Mona lagi nggak apa-apa sih Mona. Cuman nggak dia aja gitu buat koleksi gitu ya nggak dapat dong ya sudahlah. Berarti ini PT berapa ya tadi 7 ya. Ya mana ayo langsung dapat dong. Ya ampun Charlotte-nya pun nggak dapat loh. 20 anggaplah berapa nih ya 20 kurang lah ya 30. Favoritnya lumayan tapi udah banyak sih. Lumayan ya tidak seru tuh kan langsung dapat kan PT 40 dibilangin pasti 2 bintang ininya bintang 5 nya coba deh 2 enggak sih nggak ada sih bintang 5 2 tapi Charlotte-nya nggak dapet ya aku tadi di sana win bang ya kan bener di sini kan kamu tadi kan di sini kan bener di sini kan. Nanti soalnya ngeliat kan kamu digacain apa Furina sama Rara kan terus dapat senjatanya juga. Tapi kalau senjatanya sih aku enggak sih. Good luck. Tapi ya udah deh kalau gitu ya sudahlah ya. Berarti PT 40 something 50 something lah. Ya berarti jualan membernya enggak ya udah ini baizunya buat dapetin Charlotte-nya aja sih. Udah kalau dapet Charlotte stop berarti. Nggak usah baizunya, mending ditampung. Udah red on. Kan aku sudah memperhitungkan. tapi tadi bener-bener fail banget dah. Jadi bukan acting ya, seriusan loh. Aku kira aku sudah red on gitu, maksudnya kan mau nipu biar apa namanya biar tuh kan member menang red off kan. Apa langsung dapet kan maksudnya kan. Taunya saya red off nyelan ternyata dapat racun. Walah. Masih agak ramai ya, mati daily dulu deh. Halo Seka. Absen Pak Bos nggak tuh? Pak Bos, halo Seka, amin. Pak Bos ya, berarti aku bisa memimpin apa punya anggota gitu ya. Halo Seka, udah makan kah kamu? Jam segini harusnya udah makan sih. Kakiku basah, kena AC jadinya dingin. Nanti agak dikatasin deh. Nah segitulah. Primo sisa berapa BTW? Berapa ya? Tuh, dari berapa tadi ya? Dari berapa tadi ya? 8.000, 9.000-an ya? PT 50 lah paling enggak. Tuh, PT kecil kan? PT kecil kan? Member tuh PT-nya kecil. Paling enggak total gacha buat dapetin Furina 50-an deh maybe ya. Sekitar 50-an atau 60, 50 deh kayaknya. Sekitar itu lah. Tuh, masih survive kan? Pak Bos Mainum. Lebih tepatnya Pak Bos Mainum Palembang. Jangan lupakan kata-kata Palembangnya. Karena aku cuma hanya punya Mainum Palembang. Kalau Mainum Pusat nggak ya beda lagi dong. Tadi sama Furina berarti. Oh, sama Charlotte, ada Charlotte. Raiden nggak garansi sih. Maksudnya kamu mau gacha Raiden? Tapi Raiden belum tahu kan di fase berapa dia.
What's the news?
Iya di fase berapa dia? Di fase berapa nggak tahu ya. Ada Navia juga nggak tahu sih. Entahlah nanti gimana. Mona Mona jadi C5. Oh, berarti sekarang karakter standar tuh Kecing C5, Mona C5. Oh, kalian berebutan kah mau jadi C6 pertama? Pakai sembarang aja lah ya kalau masih baru-baru tuh ya. Nah, pakai level 20 aja sih. Ember maybe. Raiden garanti sih. Kamu gacha Raiden? Pakai sembarang aja. Pyro enggak. CDM ada bagian defense ya. Ini kenapa tak lock? Oh, bawahnya bagus tapi. Genshin lagunya sepi amat, gak ada lagunya kah? Bawahnya jelek tapi. Oh, sama Blizzard maybe ya. Nggak ada juga. Ya sudahlah, pakai apa yang ada aja lah ya. Jadi emang ada yang ketat aja nggak? Ya boleh nobles. Kalian kalau mau aktivitasan silakan ya. Nah, juga aku tidak berharap, cuman tidak berekspektasi kalian nonton rame. Mungkin kan banyak yang nggak mau kena spoiler, makanya aku tulis spoiler alert gitu. Apa sih namanya noblesku dikit ternyata toh. Oh alah. Kayak apa ya berarti? Yun apa ya? Skill defense baik amat. Berarti Furina ini HP ya. HP ini hydro harusnya ya. Berarti sama mililit kalau begitu. Ya udah nggak ada kan. Boleh sih. Gitu kan EMAER. Nah gini aja paling enggak. Oh soalnya kekecilan. Defense ya. Udah update kak? Udah Miwa. Halo Miwa. Update tuh biasanya pagi selesainya. Biasanya kalau Genshin itu update-nya dari jam berapa ya? Jam 5 apa ya? Jam 5 kalau jadwalnya tuh jam 5 sampai jam 10. 5 sampai 10, tapi biasanya jam 9-an udah selesai. Yang bener nih naik nih. Kamu jangan menipu. Kamu nggak lagi sekolah kah? Bagus. kira naik juga yang flat. Mataku mana ya? Oh, di tas. Udah Bang, di sekolahku jam 8.30 datangnya karena ada kabut asap. Kabut asap? Kabut asap, tempatmu nggak hujan kah? Tempatmu nggak hujan kah? Banner banner nggak pakai lagi sih. Kalau di sini sih syukurnya sudah nggak asap ya, karena udah sering hujan juga beberapa hari ini. Sudah hujan tiga hari ke belakang hujan kok. Nggak tahu kalau di tempat kalian gimana. Tapi udah bisa dibilang sudah nggak ada lagi, cuman belum ada surat edaran gitu. Oh cepet pulang 4 jam cuman ya. Signature-nya masa enggak? Oh signature boleh. Nah oke ya, aku pilihnya sudah benar ya, yang Furina ya. Nah sudah nih, aku nggak ngitung PT loh, nggak dapet. Dapetnya kolom dong ya, apa nggak dapet. Belum lihat. Oh ya lagi ini udah tuh nggak dapet. Apa nih? Oh apa sih, stringless ya, lumayan lah stringless. Emang aku PT berapa nggak ngitung sih, asal gacha aja. Oh Homa terakhir PT 7. Iya 7 kan? Iya. Berarti sekarang PT 27 ya. Nanggung Bang. Bentar deh aku lihat di Cloudly udah update apa belum. Cuman punya 23 enter to invite. Lumayan lah 23. Paling nggak hitung PT-nya berapa dulu. Oh Bang, ini kan baru nih Bang, baru hari ini nih reset nih. Nggak mau coba ini Bang, habisin semua tabungan gitu. Buat apa namanya? Buat apa namanya? Buat cari tahu 4.2 ini dapat berapa primal gem gitu ya. Ya udah sih. Ya kan supaya cari tahu 4.2 ini dapatnya berapa gitu. Dapat total primal gem ya berapa. Jadi coba dia nolin semua Bang, jadi bisa kehitung dapatnya apa gitu kan. Oke. Yang di sebelah star glitter itu bagusnya tukar apa? Star glitter yang mana tuh ya? Yang di sebelah star glitter yang mana? Oh ini Stardust. Ini pakai apa yang kamu butuh aja sih, tapi paling enggak setiap bulan sisakan 750. Kenapa Bang? RTO sebentar. RTO bentar nanti. Udah jalan kan harusnya. Iya ya. Oh iya ya, senjatanya Furina bagus ya. Baca pasifnya bagus ya. Bagus dan apa sih, dan universal juga. Ya bagus ya. Oh pantesan pada ngincer itu. Makanya bisa ganti baju. Itu bentar sudah tadi. Tapi sebenarnya nggak usah signature Furina sih. Mereka yang gacha signature Furina karena tidak memiliki senjata festering. Enggak juga sih. Tapi kan paling nggak senjata F2P-nya kan festering ya. Dan saya sudah punya. Kalau yang baru pasti nggak bakal punya. Berarti pakai Furina nih nggak bakal kesepian ya, banyak petnya. Lucu. Oh, tiga step ya. Tiga step motornya. Pantesan pada pengen senjatanya. Oh, dan petnya Furina lama juga ya habisnya durasinya. Oh gitu. Oh, dia yang rambut yang mode hitam, dia ini rambutnya pendek, ini rambutnya panjang. Makanya tadi pas yang mode gelap tuh rambutnya pendek. Oh iya, memang pendek. Oh gitu. Pagi ketua apa? Kepotong kah? Oh enggak, ketua doang ya. Pagi juga Zen. Gimana kamu kabarnya? Dapet kan? Furina kan? Kamu member soalnya. Iya, lu orang bikin teori member bikin hoki, tapi lu orang malah dapet Mona. Apa pula ini? Pay apa tuh pay lape? Pay lape itu apa ya? Iya, lu bikin aja boleh deh dipin deh. Aku salah karena aing salah perhitungan. Aku kira red on, ternyata red off ya. Aku kira tuh red on 70, ternyata red off 70. Walah, malu-maluin tadi. Tadi momen yang sangat memalukan deh. Double bintang 5, amin. Triple. Yang seriusan. Bohong kamu. Kamu hanya pamer. Kalian ikut kan? Iya ding. Berarti nggak bakal kesepian kalau ada Furina ya. Tapi dia nggak bisa lari ya, cuman jalan biasa. Nyangkut nggak? Oh, dia sistemnya melayang ya, jadi dia tidak nyangkut. Ini lucu, bisa ikut. Berarti Furina ini satu-satunya pet yang bisa ikut ya. So, apa? Kalau Os kan enggak. Apa namanya? Goba juga enggak. Pusi juga enggak. Iya. Dapat Mona plus Furina plus Lost Prayer di standar. Oh, tak kira 10 kali gacha langsung dapet 3. Ternyata beda-beda kok. Oh, dapat double bintang 5 full kali full cenah. Tuh kan member tuh, bener tuh member kan. Ya kak. Oh ya, naikin dulu tuh. Bisa lari di air. Oh, aku belum coba sih. Aku belum buka Genshin sama sekali soalnya baru ini. Paling tadi buka cuman buat ngetes udah update-nya udah bisa belum gitu. Jalan di air. Itu jalan di air nggak ada durasinya kah? Atau ada? Jangan. Kalau Kokomi kan ada pas ulti doang. Enggak gara-gara member sih, gara-gara digacain Pak Lurah. Siapa Pak Lurah? Siapa ya Pak Lurah ya? Siapa Pak Lurah? Kamu juga ikut tele toh? Ya ampun. Petnya juga ikut tele. Berarti kemanapun diikuti ya. Ini aku perasaan aku aja tahu enggak? Ini vlognya kayak lebih tebal ya. Ya kayak vlognya lebih tebal deh. Biasanya nggak setebal ini fokusnya kabut di Genshin. Rendah-rendahnya masih medium lah. Off. Iya kah? Oh, kabutnya on lah. Gak beda jauh sih. Setiap elemental skill aktif bisa jalan di air. Selama durasi petnya ada ya. Iya kah? Oh, sampai durasinya habis ya. Oh, kalau kejauhan dia bakalan melompat. Oh, lama ya durasinya ya. Oh, kalau petnya hilang baru jatuh ya, atau kalau diganti. Enggak. Dan diganti dia diganti tidak terreset ya. Oh iya, oh iya kalau habis baru habis. Oh iya, lama juga, berapa sih durasinya? Durasi 30 detik. Oh lumayan banget sih. Buat explore Inazuma tuh lumayan ya. Berarti ya. Apakah Furina akan menjadi karakter maspul juga? Kayaknya iya deh. Gacanya di kantor lurah. Oh kantor lurah. Aku kira gacanya di gacain Pak Lurah. Aku gacanya di kantor lurah. Tadi terus minta gacha. Ini yang bener serius. Seriusan? Iya kah? Kerja Agus, kerja bagus. Aku nggak ngapa-ngapain, coba diem aja. Oh, tapi tidak ngetahun ya. Setiap menonton skill aku. Iya, berarti lama 30 detik. Ini kayak ngapain? Oh, ngapain? Aku ulti bener. Ultinya ngapain? Aku belum baca deskripsi macam-macam. Diganti pun. Aku belum paham ultinya. Harus pelajari dulu. Siapa tuh beneran Pak Lurah yang gacain lah. Oh iya, Pak Lurah tangannya wangi juga ya. Oh berarti Pak Lurahnya ini nih apa namanya, amanah nggak tuh? Berarti dia bersih tuh, maksudnya tidak main kotor itu, tidak korupsi, tidak jahat gitu ya. Berarti di daerahmu lurah tuh apa ya? Lurah tuh megang apa ya? Kecamatan atau kelurahan? Ya kelurahan dong. Berarti kelurahanmu berarti bagus tuh. Dia nggak paham terus aku bilang mencet ini malah oh ya kan. Serius, kok jadi pengen gitu ya nanti ya, kapan-kapan deh. Makin Nahida.
Breaking news.
Kan aku kenal apa tuh?
Everyone hold hands. Shower me with praise. Go.
Aduh. Tapi aku kenal orangnya jadi bisa, kalau orang nggak kenal si adios. Makanya berarti kamu deket sama Pak Lurahnya berarti. Kalau orang biasa kan kayak pasti takut lah atau apalah, atau paling enggak ya apa sih, mau ketemu orang penting kayak gitu kan tidak gampang lah ya. Kok gitu tangan Pak Lurah? Apakah aku boleh deh ya kapan-kapan aku ya bikin konten sama ini misalnya sama bapak atau sama ibu ya, Pak tekan ini sekali Pak gitu misalnya, dapatnya apa gitu ya. Ya atau sama ibu ya, Bu tekanan tombol ini sekali gitu. Bener-bener.
Add Astra. Thank you for
Kalian pada wangi ya? Enggak sih. Crimson tadi wangi mas tuh. Iki tadi tidak. Iki bukan, siapa sih? Jamal ya. Jamal tadi ya sama kayak aku. Tapi aku nggak nyampe 50-an. Gacanya udah. Yang baru kan ini ya Furina. Buka dulu deh. Belum bisa ya. Jadi kita sekarang akun quest ya. Mes. Oh. Dan aku mau akun quest dulu ya. Mungkin yang nggak mau apa namanya? Yang nggak mau cosplayer nggak usah nonton dulu, nggak apa-apa. Silakan yang mau aktivitasan silakan. Ini aku mulai akun quest. Kalau nggak mau kena spoiler nggak usah nonton. Gak apa-apa. Berarti nggak ada healer nih ya, kayak apa ya? Wah, pakai cookie bisa.
Wait for my signal.
Diatur dulu. Oh, biar nggak kesepian. Oh, dia melayang. Bang, material bunga Furina nggak kepake kan? Minta, enak aja lu. Pakai lah. Oh iya.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Ya bagus ini. Ini nggak penting tapi angle kamera bergerak bagus. Ini asli banget. Belum dapat. Kalau sekarang bisa kan harusnya. Naikin poinnya dulu deh.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Mirapede via the regular channels.
Pakai
It's
fast
been
ring.
so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Iya. Pakai fast ring. Itu kan senjata signature-nya.
What's happening?
Kamu baik-baik saja.
I'm fine, thanks. But
Ini kalau
I
gempa
wonder what
bahaya
that
ya. Ini
tremor
kan
was just now.
di bawah air
Let's
ya.
go ask the Duke!
Mereka di bawah air nih. Oh, ke depan baru. Minta festering. Di, kamu tidak punya ya. Ya, Tuhan. Untuk apa gacha senjatanya kalau sudah ada festering? Ya beda sih, senjatanya Furina bagus sih. Dan bisa universal juga. Setelah baca pasifnya apa. Bisa buat banyak karakter. Bandit pun bisa kalau mau maybe ya. Tapi sudah ada festering, nggak usah lah. Cloudy too many request. Oh Cloudnya too many request, pasti ribet sih. Orang pada main soalnya. Kamu pakai koin kah Cloudnya? Oh Cloudy itu Cloud. Aku kira tuh Cloud tuh awan ini, cuaca awan, ternyata maksudnya Genshin Cloud. Pasti rame sih. You Grace gak tuh?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Iya ya.
You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the... by the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Salah, ini kami bebas.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two.
Halo Jijuin, kamu
Are
kapan
you leaving
rilis?
now? That's
Ayo
right.
ikut,
Today is
biar
our
bisa
last
party
day
sama
in prison.
Nahida gitu
But
loh.
now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here.
Karena banyak
It's
penting.
actually been pretty nice.
Barusan dapat tadi malam. Malam, oh karena kalau malam mah lagi nggak ada konten, makanya pada nggak main kali. Udah main di situ tapi eventnya nggak ngerjain. Apa tuh? Oh maksudnya fostering. Udah main di situ tapi eventnya nggak ngerjain. Fokus explore masih belum paham ya. Nggak ada
Oh yeah,
fostering.
Paimon feels fond of this place now.
Mau gacha seberapa banyak pun, mau bayar seberapa banyak pun tidak akan mendapatkan fostering lagi. Sedangkan senjata Furina kan top up ya paling nggak 270 kali gacha dapat kan.
Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Oh iya aku juga miss you.
If you've signed the
Kapan dah
release
videoin
papers,
rilis
then
ya?
you're free to
Berarti
go.
44 ya.
The
43
guards
kan
will escort you out.
Navia ya. Mungkin paling enggak ya.
You're not going to see us off?
Kamu nggak mau nganter.
I knew you'd ask. All right.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries.
So you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel
Boleh
like
sih
you're
Yuyun,
lacking
kenapa tidak?
companionship. Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to
Tapi
see
harusnya
you.
Genshin
Paimon
kamu
really
kayak
likes the
Starel dong.
cafeteria here.
Jadi
The chefs sure do know how to make
karakter
good grub.
karakter playable-nya bisa ditemukan pas lagi open world gitu. Kan lebih bagus ya.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter. We should probably go report to him now. Next up, you're going to see Monsieur Nervillette? Please pass on our kind
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed.
Nggak jaga toko? Nggak, tokonya udah tutup. Jangan ya. Nggak boleh canda negatif. Nggak. Kan aku jadwal kerjanya itu ini saya kak. Selang-seling masuk enggak gitu. Berarti kalau bulan November ini aku masuknya setiap tanggal ganjil. Enggak, ini lagi kosong aja sih. Berarti setiap tanggal ganjil aku libur. Tanggal genap aku libur. Aku bikin jadwalnya gitu selang-seling. Gitu. Kenapa emang nggak Seka? Ngikutin Jakarta ganjil genap enggak sih, lebih ke selang-selingnya aja. Kebetulan bulan ini dapetnya jadinya ganjil masuknya, kalau bulan kemarin masuknya genap. Tapi kayaknya mau aku ubah deh jadwalnya, jadi bakal long shift terus mereka selang-seling gitu untuk mengurangi biaya gaji maksudnya. Hahaha apa?
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full.
Gak apa-apa, Sedin. Apa namanya?
Everyone's so busy.
Kayaknya di sini deh mulai tercium konfliknya. Dan pasti ini tebakan aku ini selesainya jam 4-an questnya.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please have a seat.
Kalau haus,
If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine out.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well then.
Let's take a
Oh,
break
suara
over there
Nufileknya
while we
agak
wait
beda
for him
ya.
to finish his work.
Ini kok agak beda suaranya. Paimon mah tidak pernah duduk.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Kenapa Seka?
Are you done with your work?
Seka BTW makasih loh. Sudah bikin video Atlas kemarin kena copyright lagu Happy Happy ya.
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Ada kena copyrightnya.
Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mirapede. And it appears that you've managed to complete all the...
That's right. And we came here to see you, Red.
A massive whale.
Massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like a whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
Dia bukan Fontaine, jadi nggak bakalan.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ya, itu gempa apa? Perasaan nggak?
Oh, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago.
Ntar aku ganti copyrightnya, aku saya nggak usah. Justru lebih banyak uang dari saweran dibandingkan AdSense ya.
The source of the tremor was here on the
Halo
surface
Anika,
near
udah
Poisson.
dapet kah ayangmu?
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming
Oh iya
rate.
kan?
The water levels rose? Oh no!
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater,
dong.
then the situation in Poisson may be much worse.
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
Kosong.
We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
Kosong.
I'll meet you there to check on the situation.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Makasih Novilet. Oh iya download. Aku lupa kalau kamu downloadnya dari nol ya kalau PS ya. Bah, jangan spoiler, jangan akun quest dulu, gue masih update 64 GB cuy. Sekarang baru 13. Ya, kamu belum dapet Furina ya, belum dapet, kasihan.
The two of you have my thanks. If you need any help, just
Kasihan
let
dari
me know.
PS ya, downloadnya full ya. Sabar aja Andika, kan tahun depan kamu punya PC kan? Sekarang trial dulu deh mau naikin Furinanya. Aduh.
Can't touch me!
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Let the world come alive!
How dare you! I'm going in!
Aku cuma ingin mendapatkan ini.
Ninjutsu!
Apa sih?
Let
Dapat
my
material
name
apa?
echo in song!
Eat this!
Shower me with praise!
Ayo bertiga. Aku nggak klik coba lagi ya? Ya salah, nggak usah. Harusnya bulat aja. Enggak ya? Tumben loadingnya agak berbeda. Biasanya loadingnya tidak begitu. Nah ini mau menaikkan itu. Oh asalnya keret lagi. Ya ampun, Furina ini kayak begitu sempurna ya dari segi metanya. Enggak, belum sisiran dari tadi. Boleh sisiran dulu nggak ya? Tanganku nggak bisa dipakai buat sisiran. Apa sih Den? Kosong. Apa sih mau minta gini? Enggak, aku lagi nggak open akun ini. Berarti mau minta material Furina kemungkinan besar. Tapi aku lagi ini. Apa namanya? Lagi akun quest. Maafkan aku, kamu siapapun itu. Nah, aku bisa tele deh kenapa aku nggak tele. Cutscene.
Oh no. What happened here?
Kondisinya rusak semua. Oh, karena gempa tadi. Tidak, jangan sudah lewat semua. Tidak, jangan mikir ke sana. Enggak lah, bukan udah lewat semua, tapi udah pada evakuasi semua.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
Iya, bukan larut, nggak kan mah udah ini jangan ini mah terlalu negatif thinking sih ya. Ini mereka tuh sudah evakuasi.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
Bukan bencana P. Maksudnya pria. Apa gimana kok P?
There's someone on the roof of it.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right.
Coba apa gerakannya masih kaku ya Genshin ya.
I'm not young anymore. My Desiree.
Desiree.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg. Wanita kok maksudnya.
How could this have happened? It hurts.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it
Kok
makes you feel
ganteng sih?
better.
NPC-nya. Lalu cari Navia. Ah bagus ini awal-awal kita kayak dikasih lihat keadaannya gitu ya. Jadi maksudnya untuk pendalaman cerita.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Ya ampun, muka sedihnya
You're
dapet
here.
ya. Duh, tiba-tiba kok tele, jangan
We
gitu.
heard there
apa
was
sih?
a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Ya, apa ekspresi sedihnya dapat loh. Biasanya nggak dapat kan sini.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg.
Aduh.
He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first,
Soalnya
everyone
tiba-tiba
thought that
kecil.
something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial
Iya kah?
seawater.
Tidak ada bahaya memicu
Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have
Oh
a
iya
chance
kah?
to escape.
Ya ampun, kok jadi dark banget.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground.
Ya ampun, iya kah?
Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of the water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, no one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Tunggu, kayaknya orangnya di dalam.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Oh, maksudnya anggota dia.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Gak apa-apa, Navia. Kami paham kok.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a...
Gacha Baizu. Iya, tadi aku gacha di banner Baizu dapat Charlotte.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to,
Udah dapat
and we
Furina.
finished a preliminary
Terus
head
gacha di
count.
Baizu kan demi
More support has
Charlotte-nya
just
aja.
arrived,
Pas
so
sudah dapat ya sudah stop.
I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render us a traveler. Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Waduh, kenapa?
Right now?
Thank you.
Apa tuh? Iya bisa tele ya, tadi aku nggak tele tuh, milih jalan. Sampai emas nggak, aku nggak tertarik baju sama sekali sih, udah nggak, nope. Oh dia melayang lucu. Ya mau ganti sayap padahal ada di siang sore.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Tolong jangan memaksakan diri.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
Apa tuh? Halo pria keren yang sedang menyelesaikan akun quest. Halo, kamu baru pulang kan?
Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Ini akun quest bagian 5 diawali dengan kesedihan ya.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid.
Iya ya.
But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests.
Lah iya dong.
But as for Malus and Silver,
Iya
they're
baru
just
balik bagian satu dikit.
gone.
Ya ampun ada cutscene. Iya ini scene yang sebelum yang di bagian 2.
After it rains.
Nah, iya.
Even the gravestones.
Pakai ada flashbacknya pula.
I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
Iya ini flashback di bagian 2.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Mbak jangan akun quest, ya, jangan nonton. Jangan nonton.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
di akun kelas 5 ini.
Buying yourself a
Fontaine
plot in
5.
advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus,
Ya ampun.
Mademoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite
Laginya
serious.
dapet lagi.
That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other
Dengan
whenever you
saya,
visit
ya?
your father.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on
Ya
his other
ampun.
side?
Sama iyalah berdua ini.
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered master.
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But
Ya ampun. Udah joki gacanya. Nggak ada yang joki
I'm
sih.
sorry
Bagus lah.
for letting you see me in
Udah
a
pada
mess
joki
like
sama
this.
yang lain kok.
I don't usually cry, really.
Oke, jangan nangis.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well,
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on Malus and Silver have helped me so much. I'm so sorry.
you can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how
Aku
much that
dijoki.
means.
Hah? Aku dijoki juga gacanya. Iya dijoki Pak Lura kan tadi.
By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of
Kenapa nama
victims from the
bapaknya sendiri?
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny,
1, 2,
Francine,
1, 2, 3, 4,
Furina,
8, 9, 10,
Daisy
11,
Ray,
12.
Joinville,
Joki tempat saya dan
Julian.
Koko. Apa?
Esson,
Main game story.
as well as
Story, ayo
Malus
aja,
and
gimana?
Silver.
Ada malas.
So, everyone else is safe,
Kayak reverse ya.
but still.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. The overall outcome indicates that the cost.
Tidak ada
Was
yang
worth
namanya
it.
pengobatan setimpal. Waduh, MC-nya jadi bagus juga kalimatnya.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but
Pak
that
Iman juga
isn't
bagus
something
kalimatnya.
we should
Banyak
ever
kalimatnya
consider a
bagus-bagus.
trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone.
Waduh.
You're right. Thank you, Paim. What you said just now was pretty amazing.
Oh,
Seems you've become more eloquent in the
Aduh.
time since we last met.
Tidak ketemu sebelum saja kamu sudah jadi pintar ngomong gini ya, Pak Iman ya.
the knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of.
Thank you. Very.
Wait, do you two know each other?
Iya, berarti udah saling kerja sama.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our...
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Tapi
I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore,
sebenarnya kamu
I
gunakan bantu
sincerely
atau minta
regret what
sesuatu kan?
happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Ada apa, Mak?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Lupa, pas kapan ya?
You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Yakin naman. Yakin mau percaya sama akong mawar. Iya, kita outsider ya.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Oh, sudah masuk akal. Okay.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh! That somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something...
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, Traveler?
Ah, tapi ini masuk ke trailer ya. Karena ya harusnya jangan ikut sih, takutnya kan tempatnya berbahaya untuk orang Fontaine ya.
Alright.
Iya.
The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Tapi Navia mau ikut jadi, aduh.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on.
Iya, harusnya nggak usah ikut sih. Maksudnya berbahaya buat si Navianya. Aduh tuh. Jauh juga ya. Apakah ada Navia trial kayak enggak ya? Bentar, aku mau ngatur ini dulu. Oh ya, aman. Hampir bentar ya, coba.
Hey! Commit to memory. Dissipate. Hard-hitting exclusive. So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Kamunya Navia yang hati-hati, nanti kamunya hilang. Semoga enggak ya. Masa sembunyi. Udah ketemu belum. Masih awal sih ini. Lagi main juga kan kamu, Zen? Upgrade furniture. Maksudnya gimana aja? Multinya Furina ini ngapain sih? Langit karakter aku sudah dulu. Lalu aku menyerang musuh di sekitar saya berkalah dengan proses menyerang target karakter aktif. Jumlah anggota party. Berdasarkan jumlah anggota party sudah perlu. Oh bagus juga ya. Suka cita nggak tuh? Oh. Hah? Furina, furniture Furina nggak tuh? P78 plus 76 plus 78, kenapa? Tapi dapat kan? Damage skill, berarti nge-damage ya ultinya ya.
Stand with me! Everyone hold hands! Time to shine! Let's wait for a little bit.
78 plus 76 plus 78. Kamu mah nggak hoki aja. Aku tadi 50 kok. Oh, airnya makanya airnya kayak mencurigakan gitu. Oh, maksudnya jatuh ya. Oh, berarti ini maksudnya nih air primordialnya ya. Iya ya kali ya. Ini kan pakai Furina nih. Kalau pakai yang lain coba. Coba aja gitu. Oh, tetap jatuh. Jadi nangkap Furina ngapain? Harus lebih banyak belajar lagi sih. Ya apa namanya, kalau cuma sekali kan belum terlalu nangkep. Harus didalami lagi. I'm back. Dari mana Seka? Kamu kan kerja, udah kerja dulu aja, nggak apa-apa. Kaget aku. Paimon, kamu ngasih taunya telat. Kaget duluan aku Paimon. Bodoh lah. Baru kali ini aku kena jumpscare di Genshin. Makasih Genshin. Nggak usah lawan kan, mas.
Shower me with praise! Dissipate!
Wall Rider itu mana? Ya buka sayap. Oh iya, berarti airnya kalau agak kebiruan tuh berarti air primordial ya. Nah itu primordial untuk depan. Iya ya. Harusnya.
This place has also been contaminated by
lebih gelap
primordial
airnya.
seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Nafia mending keluar aja. Iya makanya aku udah berfirasat buruk loh sama Nafia. Udah nggak usah ikutan kamu.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Bener, Paimon bener nih. Habis ngitung uang kok masih banyak. Weh, bersyukur dong masih banyak. Ya kan masih banyak, bersyukur dong. Masih bisa hidup dan survive.
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation.
Mungkin tidak akan.
I'll leave this to you.
Oh, tadi kita ceritanya jatuh ya. Lah iya ya.
That complicates things. Maybe the
Kan jadi
only way left is
kejebak masuk
forward.
kan.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance so I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Nggak ada jalan lain juga sih.
All right. Come with us for now.
Iya. Aduh. Saya merasakan hal tidak baik.
Oh no, it's a dead end.
Benar nggak boleh. Tapi harusnya karena kita ada Navianya ya. Jadi nggak boleh kena air kalau kita nggak ada Navia, harusnya bisa ya. Masuk akal. Banyak receh. Ya nggak apa-apa. 1 juta kalau kurang 100 nggak jadi 1 juta. 1 juta kalau kurang 100 perak jadi nggak 1 juta. Banyak recehan ya. Berapa? Pecahan berapa? Kalau pecahan 2000, 5000 butuh tuh buat kembalian di main.
Stand with me!
Ini sih yang lain juga. Gimana? Ini kayak tempat zaman lama ya. Kayak suatu bangunan yang penting tapi udah ditinggalkan gitu. Kenapa kamera yang menjauh? Ini normal. Enggak sih, kenapa kamera yang menjauh nih? Gak usah deketin lagi. Pasti ada sesuatu, pasti jatuh.
Wait, there's something
Bener kan?
wrong with this bridge. Run for...
Saya sudah menduga. Aku sudah menduga. Kameranya menjauh tiba-tiba begitu. Jangan pakai hati tinggi makanya bodoh. Aku tak menyangka adegan ini secepat ini. Apa jangan-jangan Navia bukan orang Fontaine lagi, bisa jadi kan? Nah, aku udah curiga tuh. Firasat gamerku bener berarti.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Saya jemput.
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Yes, it would appear so.
Tapi ini bukan flashback. Nggak kayak gini kalau flashback.
I must be tired.
Aku Furina Favo aja sih di Favo, harusnya mah festering lah. Kok Favo?
That's quite possible. However, you were the one.
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed. This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I was just trying to recall what...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign...
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting...
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
Waduh, kalimatnya bener juga nih.
That's right. Oh, but...
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation.
Lebih banyak benefitnya
I hope you won't refuse.
Terus rotasi serat para kalau Furina. Kan festering kan IR juga.
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly...
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
Ini Navia setengah sadar, setengah ngablu.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name...
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed... I've heard this name before.
Iya, Navianya lagi ngablu.
Recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Sidang apa? Gedean mana AR sama Fafu? Fafu ngasih practical juga lagi. Jadi, tapi kan Fafu kan elemental skillnya nambah. Fafu ini festering.
My trial?
Dasar kan gak punya ya, iri ya.
Why would I need to go to...
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
Dari semua karakter Genshin kayaknya Navia tuh paling ekspresif ya. Kayaknya deh. Maksudnya mukanya paling kelihatan sedih, senang.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Masih ini dong.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
Jadi beda amat dari yang tadi. Kursinya beda.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so... And as for the judge... huh? Where's...
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson.
Secara gambar bagusan mana? Gak tahu, aku nggak punya Aquila, aku Bennett pakai festering. Terusan aku Bennett kemarin pakai festering, akun kedua pakai Fav. Enggak, akun kedua pakai Skyward kalau nggak salah. Iya kan? Iya Skyward kalau nggak salah.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had.
Iya sih.
If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded.
Kalau IR ya banyak ulti.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the...
Wait a moment. Aren't you...
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this?
Oh, well, if that's what you think...
How wonderful!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Kenapa kalian semua? Jadi notif apa sih? Buat DND dulu nggak? Notifnya nggak penting gitu loh. Kalau DM dari CK penting.
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Oh, nanti deh.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
Jadi nggak sadar
I
ya.
wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus...
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual. Please do not mistake her actions.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here.
Fontainians.
This is the nation of... Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to... Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
We... And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that there were... Have you forgotten how much you all once wronged?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I... And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but...
Contoh
they're
apa?
all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Cuman itu gacha akun viewernya, yang satunya hoki bet bisa channel dengan cepat. Yang kedua targetnya sih satu. Furina emang dapat channel Furina sama Jin C3. Jin C3 di standar juga ya. Oh dapat Jin juga.
Absurd.
Aku dapatnya Mona tadi.
That she cannot be judged. We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, don't let them escape. We shall keep Navia here with us.
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to
Ini menyamar nggak sih?
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Aduh.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
Aduh.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia.
Ngeri juga sih. Mimpi dimimpin sama Oceanit.
Silence.
Lah tiba-tiba ada di sini.
That's...
Tadi normal. Beberapa ini kan normal. Apa beberapa ini normal.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Pukul nih. Oh nggak apa-apa, pukul aja asal kamu bahagia.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objection.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
Oh ini kayak novelatnya normal deh.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle.
Warnanya mungkin mulai menggelap juga ya.
What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized.
Jadi kalian nggak bisa hidup lagi. Ya ampun, nangis lagi Navianya.
Malus, Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yang satu sadar gitu.
Farewell.
Waduh sedih amat. Kenapa di iPad iklannya ada kami? Kenapa nggak yang lain aja?
No, wait! Just a second!
Paling nggak tidak apa-apa Navianya.
Good.
Oh ya, karena ada Noveletnya nolongin.
I must have been dreaming.
Aman dong.
Malus and Silver were still alive, and...
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness...
Wait! Did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with...
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Oh, Navia ditinggal ya. Pukul nih sampai kacamatanya patah sebelah lagi.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Apa tuh? Jangan deh calon bos aku, masa dipukul. Kamu main-main doang. Aku sudah kebal dari permainanmu. Siapa namanya Seika? Udah patah kok, ini pakai kacamata patah soalnya.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something.
Why do you look so stiff all of
Jadi
a
kaku
sudden?
gitu. Lah iya.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing
Enggak
to
gitu,
talk
Paimon.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to her.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward?
Ngomong dari si Juin. Oh iya, kita ketemu belum ngasih salam.
I hope all is well with her these days. Her.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sijuin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Seperti halnya diriku.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sijuin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Apa tuh? Kebal, haha, maaf ya Kak canda. Iya, aku sudah kebal dengan candaanmu.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meripede.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's... So, Neverlet. This isn't going anywhere.
Apakah aku kalau ngobrol sama cewek kayak gini ya? Sekaku nufilet kah?
How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave. We had a chat. She informed.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take...
Bisa bangkit kembali. Cinta ini waduh, achievementnya cinta ini membunuhku.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neverlet?
Iya, ikut aja biar rame gitu.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my
enggak lah,
company.
masa keberatan.
All right, another one joins the party. Let's get going then.
Ini berarti berempat ya. Kebal sama bermain canda. Ya, aku sudah kebal dengan permainanmu. Lagi mode apa? Lagi mode dewasa. Mode dewasa nggak tuh? Lagi mode real life. Cuma kalau real life nggak banyak ekspresif sih. Maafin nggak apa-apa. I know. Nggak apa-apa. Lagi mode aku yang real life kayak gini sih gitu kan. Mode apa? Mode choose.
Lightning terrify. Our bond is... Let the world come alive.
Bang, gue udah chapter 3 nih, tapi debu. Oh, ngomongin ini apa sih namanya? River. Tapi debu gue dikit bang, untuk terbanyak debu dong gimana? Ya farming ke debu, ke das. Gimana lagi? Oh, apa tuh? Oh, aku udah channel Furina, Spokalipus, sekarang minta bunganya. Oh, nggak boleh. Pasti pada banyak yang minta bunga ya. Karena pada dapat Furina ya. Nggak boleh, aku juga mau. Nanti deh kalau aku udah dapat ya. Gue balik lagi. Oh, dari mana tadi? Kamu ini ke gue. Nah, kenapa lagi nih aku jadi trust issue kameranya menjauh nge-white gini. Atas lari lagi deh kayaknya deh. Ya ini jalannya begini lagi.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Ya kan. Kameranya ngejauh gitu, jadi kayak ketebak gitu. Ini juga. Iya dong, ngeri amat ya domainnya. Bang, gue dapat diskon dari gacha bang, padahal dapat gratisan dari 7 kali. Lo nggak apa-apa. Lo kok sedih? Kenapa sedih? Aku diskonnya apa? P1, voter 1 kalau nggak salah. Fitur co-op jadi terlarang selama seminggu. Oh iya kah yang benar? Oh maksudnya tak kira co-op karena ini apa? Enggak sih, kalau Mungkin aku akan coba misalnya misalkan ada yang mau join gitu, tapi tak tanya mau ngambil apa, mau bunga gitu. Oh boleh, tapi aku minta IG-mu ya gitu. Kalau misalkan cewek ya. Jadi kenalan sekalian gitu.
Alright, it's my turn.
Mana jatuhannya nggak ada. Hilang. Ya, coba. Apalagi jauh lagi kameranya. Ini yang main di HP agak ribet banget. Dia jatuh beneran. Udah jatuhin aja lah. Mati. Loh, mati enggak lah. Maksudnya ini di PC aja ribet loh, tombolnya gimana yang di HP. Emang ini ke atas mau ngapain tuh? Kalau ngeri amat nih. Ada atasnya ada apa? Gak bisa lihat ke atas lagi. Pakai karakter box ya. Untung ada akun kedua. Maksudnya apa akun kedua? Oh, ini ngambil, iya sih, itulah enaknya punya dua akun, jadi bisa saling tukaran resource gitu. Tapi kalau dua-duanya gacha yang sama, nah baru berebutan juga.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom. Our bond is strong. Smile. Hard hitting it. I'll settle this. Hey. Yeah.
Untung ada kunci. Buat apa ya buat ya? Kita kesini cuman mau menyelidiki kan, bukan mau mengaktifkan sesuatu something atau apa ya. Ah, itu ada tempat tele, ada tempat ngebling. Lift, tombol lift. Terus kita terbang kemana? Tempatnya kayak pernah melihat, mirip-mirip gitu. Kayak di NK nggak sih bangunannya? Sekilas. Terus apa yang nggak bisa depan?
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Akunnya 3 kan, minta 1. Oh, mau dicolongin? Jangan dong. Aku lupa akun ketiga tuh apa ininya, detailnya. Emailnya, passwordnya lupa loh. Yang mana ya?
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Boleh coba nggak ya? Nggak boleh sih kayaknya.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Kayak reverse dong.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Gak mungkin jet chamber dong.
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the
And is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
Diapain ya punya?
More information should be
Udah
hidden
dia
in
udah
these
belum?
slates, but I fear I cannot
Aku
easily
udah nge-share
uncover
di
it.
Discord sih.
Most likely
Tapi
due
aku
to us
belum
missing
claim.
the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Aku pengen maksin skill bukan belum. Tapi nggak pernah dapat pas gacha. Hah? Pas gacha? Oh maksudnya pas gacha apa? Pas bininya, pas battle-nya. Bukan belum, namanya agak terlalu susah disebut, jadi namanya belum aja. Iya, namanya susah disebut, bukan kok belum. Mau redeem pinjam dulu 100. Ya ampun, tinggal ngapus kanan kirinya aja gampang.
Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope.
Still, Paimon feels like these...
Sama-sama masalahnya ada di urutan gambar 3 dan 4.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Mereka mengaku dosanya apa? Lebih satu, oh ya kan?
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Ya, maksudnya tuh Celestia.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
Oh yeah.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Tapi cara baliknya gimana? Bukannya jatuh tadi? Oh betul, bahasanya ramakan tidak atau tidak. Benar Lumin. Satu ya kan Zen? Coba tak redeem ya. Anda, aku nggak percaya Zen dari Discord aja deh nge-redeemnya. Aduh. Sepertinya setelah akun quest ini selesai, banyak teori yang bertebaran, banyak yang bertebaran. Portrait belum, aku masih portrait 3. Udah 3. Udah banyak dong. Aku paling tinggi 1 sih. Semua karakter ya. 2, 3, 4 buntu. Dua maksudnya. Makanya kalau 3 ada banyak sih. Teras besar.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stones. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the...
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure...
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open to you. Alright.
Ada. Oh, dia langsung ditelein ya. Langsung diteleportin.
We're finally back.
Nyampung gemah. Bentar, jadi kode redeem Genshin itu kode redeem ada lope-lope. Makasih Bang, makasih juga.
Welcome back. We've got a
Yay! And there's good food too. Navia, no, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts. Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, ada Mona. Masuk akal, kan di trailer ada suara Mona ya. Dan masuk akal kenapa aku dapat Mona, karena mau ketemu Mona di akun questnya.
That voice. Is that who I think it is?
Iya, lama gak dengar suaramu Mona. Halo Mona.
Huh? It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Balik, harus aku yang tanya, kamu kenapa kesini Mona? Otsuka, oh ya nggak apa-apa Seka. Otsu dulu, iya kamu kan kerja, udah kamu kerja aja, nggak usah nonton aku, nggak apa-apa kok.
Mona?
Aku memang fokus ke game ya. Nah, aku kalau fokus ke game kayak gini lebih kurang Seka. Kalau biasa kan aku fokus ke chatnya ya. Mana Nona Majestus, masa bintang-bintang tidak kasih tahu kalau kita di sini.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road. Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Fontainian.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped it. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname? Yeah. Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took... There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the... It is... Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just... Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well? I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus. Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also... My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists. Thrice-as-great? That's so... petty. I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually. Talk about excessive. Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply. That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dormanport, and I traveled with the old hag for a while. Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters. Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Ini suara di trailer nih.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecies. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Huh? Are you sure?
All right, I'll help you. It isn't a—
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing as always!
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after—
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know this stuff!
Indeed! That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything—
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will think— Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleep. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go sing—
Ke kantor nanti.
You're here! Finally!
Is something—
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten in—
Berantem kenapa kau kan nanyain itu ya?
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
Hah? Tidak ruang? Kayaknya translatornya salah deh. Harusnya tidak ada ruang untuk mencari alasan di antara kita. Iya kan, iya. Kalimatnya kurang ini. Akan tetapi masalahnya belum juga teratasi. Tidak ada ruang untuk mencari alasan di antara kita. Tidak ruang.
It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all—
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything—
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Ya nyampe sini.
But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something.
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Kira sampai jam berapa? Tebakan aku sampai jam 4 selesainya.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you?
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
Bener. Fine na kok, no? Apa buang muka?
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Laki nggak tuh? Di slow motion nggak tuh? Kenapa?
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Lagi, ya nggak apa-apa. Tidak memaksakan.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina did.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Datang dari orang yang kamu fitnah ya.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
Nyambung ke ini ya, yang topi Furina lepas.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we... But who will lend us their aid to do such?
Siapa? Mona ya? Nah, kemudian sekali senyap. Langsung beberapa hari jauh amat. Majunya. Jedanya maksudnya.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I...
Then, how about you, good sir?
Good sir, nggak tuh?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last.
I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Tapi nggak tahu kapan ya.
That was a little long-winded, don't you?
Oh,
Masa berapa?
you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some...
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette...
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dinosaurs. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait, and our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do...
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Bukan kalian dan Furina pun belum seburuk itu. Kalian pun mencoba rahasianya, mencoba mengorek rahasia dewa penistaan yang kurang ajar, melakukan referensi tanggal seperti yang ada dalam ramalan. Tidak ada pemburu, tidak ada buruan, hanya ada jebakan, itu saja. Ini di mana? Oh, di ini. Di pusat.
Strike a pose!
Bukan. Oh no. Oh, bukan.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but Paimon thought they'd be at least a
Itu
little
petnya
frightened.
nyerang apa ya?
Well, friendly was now that Paimon thinks about it, but
Oh,
everyone
api.
else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that?
Waduh. The Nef kan.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Makanya.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Alice kah?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine after... Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Alice lah. Oh ya teman gue ini mau ke teman. Oh dia ini teman ibunya Mona ya. Oh namanya N. Tapi mirip sama Alice tapi.
The prophecy.
Penyihir N.
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Waduh.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way.
Tidak
Thank you
membantu
for your
kamu.
hospitality.
The voice. It's gone.
Biarkan apakah ini penjagaan kamu bahkan untuk kami. Ayo cepat amat. Kita bangun di seorang teman yang benar-benar.
Paimon hears someone talk. All right. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively band. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I... Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That
Terimakasih.
daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Ini sama kayak kita berdoa, tapi kita kayak penasaran kenapa belum dikabulkan gitu ya.
Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same sense of... I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen it, but even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before... I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Jarang sih Mona, kayaknya baru sekali ini deh kita ketemu.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going up. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Oh, ketemu Charlotte ya. Nama kita masuk akal.
Written in this newspaper.
Kita terkenal.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines...
Furina. Kenapa Furina? Furina bisa unlimited jalan di air. Komen buat akun awal yang mau kena Suma tanpa quest. Tapi tetap ada petir nggak sih? Unlimited. Gimana? Oh iya. Furina sama Kerayo ya. Jadi pas Furinanya cooldown ganti Kerayo. Iya sih. Bener. Furina bisa paling nggak buat eksplorasi, bisa membantu nih untuk ngambil sesuatu yang harus berenang. Kayaknya jadi karakter mas pool deh. Harus sih. Spam aja skill Furina. Bukannya cooldown deh. Ada cooldownnya. Oh enggak ya? Dia durasinya 30, cooldownnya kurang dari 30 ya. Belum perhatiin aku. Agak cepet intinya. Ya kan. Aku belum perhatiin. Aku masih fokus ke Archon questnya.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Emang belum habis.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right.
Wait, did he really say something?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love...
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and...
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... Maybe...
Aduh, Paimon kok ngomongnya gitu sih.
You know, like in the
Paimon ngomongnya kenapa gitu?
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Di Act 5 ini banyak quote-quote-nya gitu loh.
Huh. Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to... She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good...
Kenapa?
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
News.
It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even... Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Main kok tiba-tiba jadi santai. Nggak hotel. Kamu jadi santai. Mas Embly. Oh iya, durasinya Furina tuh 20 detik ya, sedangkan durasi skillnya ini 30 detik. Iya ya. Berarti maspul nih Furina nih.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Oh, dia nggak ikut keluar. Catnya nggak ikut keluar.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Dari mana? Abis kerja ya, kok dari mana sih? Kok balik lagi ya, nggak apa-apa. Makasih Seka udah mau balik lagi.
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Jangan satu kayak nggak apa-apa, kan aku memang Archon quest fokus.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Dan diwajarkan juga kan, orang nggak mau ke spoiler juga.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an
I
exclusive
see,
interview
yeah.
with the legendary...
Huh? So your article in the paper today
Akun
doesn't
quest tuh
count?
ibaratnya misi utama, cerita utama gamenya, Seika. Jadi kan kalau kena spoiler udah nggak seru lagi. Bang.
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things...
Yeah, are we even...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need...
Oh, in that case, we'll...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Oh iya. Apa tuh? Oh iya. Oh tadi, iya.
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Pahanya Charlotte terang amat.
I've still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example,
Paimon kenapa nanya jelek-jelek
Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy.
Bener. Yuk bahas omset lagi karena sepi. Bahas omset mah dari DM aja bisa saya kan.
Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic. But I do love my job. And I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Aku DM dingin. DM dingin maksudnya?
But anyway, that's my answer.
Jawabnya dikit-dikit.
And on that
gitu,
note,
Pak.
I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice.
Oh sirik, kenapa?
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Kenapa?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what
Waduh,
would
ini
we do?
kalimat pendek tapi dalam artinya.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Setuju sih sama pendapat soal tiba-tiba banget.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Si, kenapa sih?
You mean, still traveling?
Mengalir semenit dan setiap detiknya. Lihat lagi dunia ini dengan lebih baik.
Huh. Wait, isn't
Udah
that
selesai
what
nih,
we've always been
belum?
doing?
Halo Darren. Ya, belum Darren. Tadi mulainya jam berapa ya? Tadi mulainya mungkin jam... Tadi live-nya 12.45, tapi baru beneran mulai itu jam 1 deh. Udah 2 jam ya, panjang nggak ceritanya ya? Setelahnya bakal dengan jam itu. Sekeking apa tuh? Oh, aku lihat kakakku main skillnya kayak Jing Liu remaja sekeking. Jing Liu kan kalau badannya kan badan remaja kan, bukan badan dewasa, ya nggak sih? Jamuran gitu.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mirapede.
Teman-teman, kamu jangan kalah setelahnya karena bangkat kemana-mana. Terus kamu kira kami penjahat ya?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his.
Actually, I'm here to pass along
Iya
a
ya, makanya
message
aku
from
kayak
him.
merasa dejavu dengan scene ini. Ini kayak scene yang di bagian 3 apa 4? 3 nih.
Yes, inside the opera house. The Marechaussee Phantom has declared the...
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Furina was watching a performance at the opera house, and Mashi loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon
Oh
started to
ini
break out.
akhirnya dapet ya.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess
Bukan
they finally
dapet.
found an outlet for the
Nanti
pressure
dia
they've been under due to the prophecy.
I
Iya.
agree. People will
Aduh,
naturally
mulai
rely on
masuk
gods, as is
klimaksnya kali ini
customary.
kayaknya.
But the moment people feel threatened, gods are awesome.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize...
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation.
Don't worry, this is more than...
Is that so?
Iya, sesuai rencananya.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Kosong.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, it would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but
Beda ya
Paimon
kalau
can do
begitu.
the analysis to
Ada
back it up too.
channel.
Cool, huh? In that case, there's not a moment to
Apa tuh? Jingle setinggi kapan? Sekecil dari dulu ngomongnya badan remaja. Jingle itu setinggi Kafka. Iya kah? Nggak perhatiin. Buta canda? Enggak. Bukan buta, dia menutupi mata supaya apa? Supaya nggak berubah. Guardian Test atau Ubitels nggak? Hah? Guardian Test atau Ubitels kayak yang bener? Ubitels? Oh ya ampun, Tales. Aku bacanya Tales. Guardian Tales, taunya Ubitels, Ubitales. Alah. Yang bener. Kalau game namanya Guardian Tales, kalau makanan Ubitales. Bodoh lah. Tapi emang Jili itu sekafka, iya kah? Dan dapat Furina sisa banyak wishnya. Ah, kamu dapat DPT berapa? Red on red off kah? Aku dapat Furina Hydro juga tadi, tapi pakai katalis. Baru Furina benerannya. Nah, aku pipis dulu ya. Kayaknya udah mulai masuk ke klimaksnya deh.
looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Dapat pipis satu red off nih.
Here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Oh, mungkin karena jarang main nih, ya sudahlah. Kasih pipis satu aja gitu ya. Aduh. Mungkin ya. Iya tuh. Bentar ya.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do? Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much?
I remember. Habis skip sih aku cuma dapetin terus off lagi. Ya. Nah, berarti Hoyovers kamu jangan langsung kasih baik-baik ke yang ini. Apa namanya, ke yang jangan main, nanti cuma dapet terus nggak main lagi dia. Ya. Ya remember. Tadi ada 2 korban yang bilang yang satu kalah red off, yang satu lagi juga kalah red off, dan aku pun juga kalah red off di awal-awal tadi. Tuh bener, saya remember, cuma satu yang bener. Ya kacamataku, oh iya, kira di sana. Apa sih? Ada 2 orang gitu. Aku lagi berarti nggak main Genshin lagi. Belum mau ya, nunggu bener-bener nunggu 5 ya. Nunggu versi 5 ya, nunggu apa namanya aturan ya. Tapi paling nggak bagian 5 nih bagus ya kan. Archon testnya 3 sama 4 oke, bosen dan banyakan dialog. Banyakan apa data lah ibaratnya. Tapi yang bagian 5 bagus. Kenapa? Sedihnya dapet yang bukan?
That's Furina, right over there.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat me? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another
Langsung sombong lagi nada.
Why, I almost thought you were someone from that
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? But tear
what do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson.
Udah tamat belum?
Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are?
Nasi bohong
Just
loh.
some rabid
Hence, he went to cut the that's against the rules.
Furina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with him!
Belum Zen, belum. Andai kan laki-laki kan. Apa itu ada yang menggantung?
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina!
Dia 99 nggak tahu. Belum.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the...
What?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
99 maksudnya mau tamat. Belum deh kayaknya. Tebakanku sampai jam 4 tamatnya. Tuh. Sempit amat tempatnya. Emang bubuk.
Paimon's exhausted.
Kok bubuk sih?
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Mau apa tuh?
Yep, that's a good girl.
Itu gempa kah? Yang kak tadi di awal kah?
What's happening? The ground...
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the...
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Novelette's made some emergency...
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson...
Batasnya dia mulai membuka diraga. Dan agak keras mau bicara isi hatinya. Iya. Dia bukan bohong ya? Tidak terbuka.
I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Akhirnya sepihak.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially at fate. Is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too... Don't worry. I will keep hope... Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden. But honestly, considering my rank and state, don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest.
Aku tidak tahu apa yang kamu sembunyikan dari semua, tapi rakyat berhasil rela memiliki beban sama-sama.
Share my burden.
Normal lagi. Kayak kurang cocok dengan bahasa Inggrisnya. Loh, kalau aku malah cocok Inggrisnya. Nggak tahu ya kalau Furina ya. Netral lah, sama-sama bagus lah. Bagus dengan hal yang berbeda maksudnya. Tapi kalau novelet yang Inggris, yang Jepangnya nggak suka aku. Terlalu remaja.
It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Kayak Zhongli gitu. Apa kurang wibawanya kurang gitu kalau yang novelet Jepang menurut aku. Sekarang itu bukan untuk bersama kita. Kamu kan bisa cerita sama aku. Cerita sama aku nggak usah jadi saksi.
A witness.
Dari luar angkasa nggak tuh?
I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars. Yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
VA Sunda bodoh lah.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a...
Cepat ngomongnya. Di Fontaine MC-nya cocok Aether sih. Kalau Inazuma Aether juga. Keren. Tempatnya ternyata dibawa ya. Keren. Tadi dari Poison bisa ke sini dong. Keren amat. Waduh, mulai nih masuk serius nih
Ladies
lagu-lagu
and
begini.
gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Entar aku ambil minum dulu, minumnya habis. Mulai dalam nih. Bentar. Ini di sini.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Dalam apanya? Masuknya. Ceritanya.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
Spoiler, jangan nonton. Skip aja nggak apa-apa.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Waduh.
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Pedangan Navia kayak pedang biasa.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
I can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Dikira kayak mengambil pedang tapi dia malah nyerah gini.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a...
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear...
Looking for excuses again, huh?
Waduh, ternyata Crimson anak Cina. Hah? Anak Cina? Maksudnya?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
Lo orang lagi, tadi ya. Lo orang lagi ngapain lo tadi sodok pantat? Sodok pantat apaan?
I will admit that I've been running away
pulang
for a
sekolah,
long time.
Sore amat pulangnya.
I'm sorry, everyone.
SMK ya. Sorry.
I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too am exceedingly disappointed. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera et plays is now unfolding. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this serious.
All right, then. Who?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat.
Kalau sudah benar-benar masih harus seperti ini juga, iya ya. Masih ada waduh. Nguli mati-matian kebelet dapat Furina. Dapat nggak tapi? Dapat kan? Dapat ya.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina...
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame.
Belum bang, PT50. Oh belum, dapat kok. Kamu nggak member kan? Kalau nggak member dapat loh. Tadi yang member malah nggak dapat, termasuk aku.
Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Diluk mah nggak apa-apa. Kalau PT kecil kan, nggak apa-apa sih.
So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
Jadi ibaratnya semua karakternya, semua playable karakter yang ada tuh ada gunanya gitu. Kalau di Inazuma kayak nggak ada gunanya.
That's right. That house was a magic box rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias, was an Archon instead of a human.
Juga ya.
My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an...
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Main Genshin sasa diyatimi kan, karena kagak oke, sedangkan sasa dikandung.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Jadi wallpaper bagus sebenarnya, tapi ada teksnya. Ayo dong Genshin, mungkin tambahin tombol untuk ngilangin teks gitu, kayak di reverse gitu kan. Jadi bisa di screenshot gitu.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for... Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Paling nggak di Staran ada 10 kali gacha 2 bintang 5, Genshin nggak ada. Pukul monitor sampai putih hilang teksnya. Nggak gitu tuh. Nggak kuat spoiler, jangan. Ya nggak apa-apa kalau nggak suka spoiler, jangan lari. Ini udah mau selesai sih, harusnya jam 4 selesainya. Tebak-tebakan aku.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted, but you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrive. Oh?
Tugasku adalah memberikanmu suatu kesempatan terakhir. Harapannya bisa membuatmu menceritakan rahasiamu sebelum kota sekarang sampai di atas tanah.
Is that so?
Udah lawan guru belum?
Then I suppose
Nanti ke spoiler dong. Bang, katamu kemarin reverse temannya bukan kerajaan. Temanya enggak sedikit kerajaannya. Aku belum tahu. Aku masih sampai 4.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is
sampai
done.
3 lah. 4-1 belum jalan.
The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. let's see this trial.
Mengadila ay Archon hai. Tapi penjelasan juga apa yang ingin Furina katakan pada sponsor.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, livechat. Isn't this the Wait, then that means this document is... So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to... Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Yeah, so
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, alright?
Puto dan Furina hanya mulus. Yeah.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. I didn't think... This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Oh, ini ibaratnya ini X1, X2, ini X3, ini X4. Kamu digabungin.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Ada bisa lihat bukti lagi.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been in... Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Tumben bersuara akhirnya. Paling nggak voice-nya lebih ada. Dan lebih masuk akal sih, agak aneh aja kalau misalkan ngomong sama Furina tapi dalam hati. Atau cuman pilihan teks.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Waduh.
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon.
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah, even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but...
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no... See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Halo.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Enggak deh. Bener nggak?
That doesn't sound right.
Oh, salah ya. Oh iya kan? Oh dengan the nerf.
First of all, you may be a member of another
Mungkin nanti akan
long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might not, but in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Furina.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse. Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the... One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect.
Oh ya itu yang awal banget sih. Ini dong.
That doesn't sound...
Oh, gilde.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rule.
I never thought you'd...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made...
The real Hydro Archon. Well, it is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilt, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating... You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my...
You don't need to go that far.
Ya di sini nggak ada. Nggak jadi. Silakan pakai potong hero sedikit saja yang gampang.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium!
All Archons
buong
derive
satu,
their
buong tulus
power
gitu
from
ya.
the faith of the people, and I've convert. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever...
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be
Aduh, kayak
called
mana
a
penting
god?
juga nih. Bener juga nih. Udah, jangan
Seems
bohong.
like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Please. You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Enggak, Lenny enggak deh. Yang bukan masuk ke dalam bentuk. Bukan deh. Ya kan.
That doesn't sound.
Yang ini, kebetulan yang ini. Iya, bukan. Balik ke sini lagi dong.
It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck, including those of... So, Miss Furina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen you. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting...
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess...
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really...
Aduh, beneran turun ya?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard...
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Aduh, kok aku tegang juga.
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey! I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water!
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other...
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't the...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the... However, After extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. We don't want anyone else to lose their life to—
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low concentration sample, and it's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe you. Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primor? Also, if I was really just a human. Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Pada nggak percaya semua, kasihan juga.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
Udah sering bohong jadinya.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Oh, langsung gacha ya?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
Seperti trailer.
Stacked against her now.
Aduh. Jadi sendirian
In my
lagi.
capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is...
Death stance ya? Oh, sesuai trailer.
Guilty.
Iya, ya ampun sesuai di ramalan gak tuh?
We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the...
Aduh, gacha lagi. Berarti belum terlalu terjawab ya yang bikin mesinnya tuh.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse
Oh, ini
cardinale,
yang death stance.
Furina...
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No, the oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon to be punished via the death sentence.
Ini di luar rencana ya.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very
Furina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things, so she
Masih kayak gini, makanya ini di luar rencana ya.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Yang akan Hydro. Iya ya. Nah iya, ini kan sudah terbukti kalau ibaratnya Furina bukan Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of it, but now the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Udah bingung tambah bingung. Mati lemah. Ya udah tes dulu deh.
Excuse me if I may interrupt.
Ayo deh, bentar. Ini ada tadi nggak ada Furina.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally
Kamu
made
dari
it.
mana ya?
Any mission, Father.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the
Tapi ini nggak ada hubungan dengan ini kan, dengan sidangnya Furina.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Silakan naik
I'd like
kemari.
you to come here and confirm their contents.
Translatornya salah, bukan silakan naik kemari. Harusnya silakan kemari aja, nggak usah pakai naik ya. Itu kan ke bawah atau turun lagi.
Huh? So what do you see?
Akun Hydro dulu sudah mengeluarkan kekuatan operasional menuju manusia.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the...
Waduh, pilih untuk melihat deskripsi yang tergambar dan sempat untuk mengambil musim darinya. Kamu bisa memasukkan dari beberapa daun sampai batu pada kaki dan kamu bisa menentukan menggunakan yang sama. Yang dengan mengajar pada tingkat air mancur pada halaman mendua atas meningkat. Aduh, setelah melakukan sebuah pembuktian akan menggunakan kamera. Waduh.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Kalau Oceanid bisa di manusia, manusia bisa di Oceanid. Bisa. Kita sebagai player udah tahu ya.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and
Mau
the Hydro
dijelasin
Archon and her
Celestia.
people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by That reminds Paimon, didn't we? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving. They didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just...
Kejadian apa deh? Mengamalkan ikon hydro menggunakan kekuatan untuk mengubah menjadi manusia. Mengamalkan Celestia melanjutkan oh gitu. Sampai batu melanjutkan manusia internet. Membuat manusia menjadi. Ini berarti yang.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians and the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Ngeri amat nomor. Menggunakan dasar bahasa nggak apa hubungannya kalau Celestia ya? Menggunakan itu yang tenggelam dalam laut dikelilingi banyak orang.
That doesn't sound quite...
Disilang mukanya. That doesn't
sound...
Iya kah salah?
That doesn't sound quite...
Masa? Masih dengan menganalisa yakin bahwa bagian rumah tidak.
It's not as simple
Oh,
as
yeah.
falling into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Menggambarkan pemandangan. Nah, ini berarti yang ini. Oh, salah.
That doesn't sound quite...
Menggambarkan pemandangan yang sama dengan dapatkan dalam Fontaine mandiri.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but the fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very...
Tinggal yang cilde sama yang air. Oh, berarti kalau ini harusnya yang ini. Iya kah? Bukan. Cilde bukan juga. Masa yang Furina sih?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine... it now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have...
Let's hear them.
Incredible! Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
Berarti jadi kayak balik ke wujud aslinya.
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Itu sudah membuktikan bahwa pelanggan akun adalah dalam menciptakan produk konten dari asli. Iya.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera Epiclese.
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates, now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within.
Oh iya kan? Berarti ada 4 batu dong besok.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to brief your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, The previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse and they would be reverted to their original. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine...
So we were all Oceanids before we...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard it. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian. But
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water, they have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this... The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water... You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial. Therefore, the meaning of the third... that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the core. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
What should we do?
Pwede dipermainkan takdir, Mak. Iya lah.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
Oh, maksudnya digenap itu karena sudah 4-4-nya terjadi ya.
Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Berarti nggak salah translate.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deduction about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could... As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Yang mana? Yang itu kah? Kenapa ya?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Mencari tambahan seperti yang bakal mau dari sini. Yang ini dong. Kalau dalam mimpi.
It was both dream and reality.
Sesimpel itu.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the...
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
Aduh, gua dekat sini. Ini bagus nih cutscene hidup. Andai kan dapat. Muncul lagi di sini tuh. Tahan kan? kan misalnya nahannya kayak nggak tahan. Tidak tertahan. Masih ditolong sama ini. Dan ini nggak tahu. Ada yang bilang ini Cilde, ada yang bilang ini Spek. Siapa cowok sih? Masuk kemudian. Kok bisa bikin teleport begitu menurut? Apa maksud tangan ke bawah? Apa gimana tuh? Kayak ngejek. Apa gimana tuh? Terus gimana?
That was way too close. How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait.
Iya,
Was
benar.
that the huge whale you
Dan
saw in your
sepertinya
dream?
tangan seperti yang ada kecil.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all
Ya
the
ampun, 4
while.
karakternya. Kurang Furina aja 1 2 3 4 5 6 7.
It has been
Masih
greedily
apa-apa.
consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That, and once it has finished consuming all of the energy,
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood
makanya dia
vessels
mau
with
ngambil
primordial
manusia-manusianya
seawater.
ya.
precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontaine. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for buying us some time. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Iya, dia udah kecapean tuh.
That battle maniac.
Udah
We've
segila
always known
berantem.
that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Tapi sama sekali nggak nyangka dia bakal muncul tiba-tiba.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do—
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive.
That's not something we've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is—
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled
Siapa
no
namanya?
matter
Keluaran
what,
keren.
huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Kenapa akan begini kita tidak mengikuti lawan takdir? Kamu kalau urusan sama takdir kenapa?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen.
Aduh, enggak ramalan itu akan tergenapi. Enggak ramalan itu akan tergenapi, tapi ancaman luas melakukan apa aku melakukan sesuatu. betul juga apa yang mau dia bilang waktu dia belum bilang dia, dan dia masih di atas kan harusnya. Sila.
What's happening with the oratories?
Ya, kenapa nyala sih?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Tapi kan dia bukan Hydra.
No, I still need answers.
pun nggak tahu. Tidak seperti trailer kah? Ini beneran jam 4:30 dong selesainya. Berarti ini akun kostok panjang ini. Ini kayak yang bilang skrip. Elegan kalau desainnya. Enggak, Furina ya, tapi kayak bagus tadi. Ini akun aslinya.
Sorry.
Suaranya agak beda.
That shocked expression on your face is just...
You are not Furina.
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success.
Kalau kayak gini baru kelihatan Archonnya.
But to answer your question,
Dibandingkan Furina.
I am Focalor.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Ini yang terlalu deceive.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro-Arch. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at once. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I had to outwit the heavenly principles. Allow the prophecy. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanids.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive, and the me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited. Her strengths were of a kind only a human. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. Anyway, so then I could... All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principle. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra... In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she... Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the...
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other. I cannot begin to fathom.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, it's been 500, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and...
Dalamnya cerita bagian 5. Then what happened in real life? Punya itu air mata Furina, kalau tidak salah air mata dikatakan mengandung perasaan kuat. Dengan sensitivitas sama pengetahuan hydro, aku bisa membangun hubungan nasional pasien di Fontaine. Mengapa ini ambasador Furina? Kenapa di atas panggung sementara ini Furina itu harus menolak saudara? Kalau bisa bicara sebenarnya, teman bisa tahu juga ada. Aku sini untuk bekerja keras pada bisa tahu juga berbicara. Harusnya di sini pakai MC-nya, dipaksa pakai MC harusnya. Harus muter lah langsung aja.
Shower me with praise!
Jadi dia kayak selama ini nonton.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Oh, maksudnya perasaan dia yang sebenarnya ya.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost
Dengan dia susah sekali tembusnya, bahkan di lokasinya penggalan pun dia masih memanggil panah-panah. Coba seperti apa yang boleh kita di benteng seperti ini. Aduh. Nanti kan semua lampu sorot. Agak jahat ya.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Hold that pose! Here. Breaking news! Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Shower me with praise! Dissipate! Say cheese!
Apakah kayak di trailer? Apa sih? Demo ya? Ada mirror ya? Ada reflection ya? Menggambarkan diri dia sendiri.
Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me?
Mirror.
How?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. The people will all be dissolved into the waters. And only the...
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a fun...
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things. I will tell you how to save everyone, but...
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Good. As
for the suffering. Well, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? If there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other.
I suppose this would also be the just...
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon.
Play as...
That's right. You must begin a never-ending... If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy.
But how will I do this?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already remember. Your true challenge will not be pursuing
I'm still not sure I understand. So, how long?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. But I promise you, all will of
a trial. Huh.
Pidato pengangkatan Furina. Ini sebenarnya cutscene tapi dibikin kayak mini gameplay ya. Jadi biar nggak bosen juga si ininya apa si playernya. Oh, tangganya dari kanan, nggak bisa langsung ya. Oke.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my what should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, in truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggest this, I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses him.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might...
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of... Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people... Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One... Oh, very good, Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage. Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. Now then, let us be...
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were...
Personality. It's quite
Oh,
shocking.
jadi pada ya, percaya ya.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that no, this won't work. They'll suspect me again.
I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of justice
pilihannya bisa
should not
salah
weigh
ternyata.
heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our
Apa
worship.
neken
Let us light the fires and drink to the future. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the opera epiclese, so long as I stand before the oratories, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Ini waktu pertama kali ya. Banyak gak bisa lari. Adios bang, mau sampai dulu, makanya mengenai silakan.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of.
Come now, was I not just besides? None of these trials.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duty.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance and. Oh, I'm afraid that's all right. Deoteria, is it? How?
You remembered me. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen.
You're such a gentle and wise God.
Akhirnya kasur, mau tidur ya.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still.
Well, as I understand it, the
Really?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effect.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue
Iya, dia khawatir tapi tetap memakankan kan Archonnya.
The day is finally over. I haven't had
Ini
a moment to
ibaratnya di
breathe
rumahnya
this
dia.
whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. I just need to. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about it.
Masuk ke yang keempat.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the file.
There'll be no need for that.
Lady Furina, I've waited.
Indeed, my dear.
Lama-lama jadi kebawaan dia.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological.
Understood. Keep monitoring. I don't think I let it. I feel utterly exhausted.
Iya, dia berulang terus, dia jadinya nggak tenang hidupnya. Ya berlanjut gitu terus. Berapa tuh? 128.
Lady Furina, it's... I've heard that the first member of our family...
What is it?
Are you crying?
Really now? This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power
Iya.
that...
Apa? Tersenyum menangis menderita itu.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined have I reached my limit. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. I've conducted so many investigations across the century. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only
Dan apa? Ada ikan ini yang tadi
Furina,
kan?
you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share.
Itu nonton itu aku. Ini ada ikan waktu kita lagi nonton sebelah.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars yet. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected... But no, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all Furina? You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance.
Nyesek eh.
Fine.
Aduh. Bener gak ngomong tuh dianya. Aduh.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first... She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, it seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after...
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human... It now seems that that person was you.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding... In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill.
Your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take... I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate, but really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the vast majority had to be accumulated.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored, but only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rule.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne, if I do not misunderstand.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet. Oh, what? Getting sad again. The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself and...
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception... Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
Yan jadi hujan itu kan.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not, speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their... In other words, existence was Egeria's justice. And to me, justice is the continuation, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be at this point. We, whether it be my Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power at...
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, I now understand the true purpose behind this. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual... You are a devious one, Focalor.
Oh, ini suara di trailer.
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Semuanya trailer. Thumbnail trailer. Tapi yang masalah itu belum selesai. Ini baru tahu seluk beluknya, tapi masalahnya belum selesai. Ini kayak ininya ya, apa sih, kayak jabatan nggak, kekuasaan dikembalikan. Ini pesan dari ini tugas Furina dan sebagai aktor.
I, Iudex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Hujannya hujan primordial nggak sih? Hujannya birunya terang. Apa hujan biasa? Iya campuran deh kayaknya. Bang, kenapa Cendil? Halo Cendil. Ada apa? Belum selesai loh. Tadi dari jam setengah 1 belum selesai loh akun questnya.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that...
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment
baru
to
nih
that
battle-nya nih.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means,
Sebuah
I
cara
now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Barusan.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Algojo nggak ada.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name, come with me, traveler.
Well, ya.
The hour of execution has come.
Waduh. Nah, baru selesai nih biasanya nih. Sampai jam 5 akhirnya. Aus, Weller. tapi partiku masih salah. Bener, partinya salah.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I have already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with it. We shall look for an opening together.
Partinya salah, boleh ganti dulu nggak?
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Committed to memory. The Temple of Wisdom. Time to shine. Truth bomb.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Partiku salah ini. Ya mau kelar. Kenapa? Tapi partiku salah nih, bukan parti utama. Ini parti friendship. Melek. Sisi berarti.
Over there. It looks really scary.
Aku bawa healer loh.
Shower me with smile.
Ini loh. untung bawa ini loh. Putih loh. Masih.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Lagunya jadi lagu yang nggak kayak Genshin sekali lagi. Oh, tak kira segampang itu. Naga lawan pau. Halo Yuna, bawa pulang kah? Halo Spik, halo Jing Liu. Nah Darren, Kak Darren nggak ada ya? Gue Cildenya dilempar, dibuang. Dia mau Cildenya dibuang,
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but it was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Siapa itu? Siapa ayo?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the so you may speak to me as equals.
Macam apa? Yang mau melihat.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Kok cool? Skirk mirip kayak Jing Liu. Kalau di sini namanya Skirk.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Gurunya guru.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Sir Telogi.
Siapa?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then?
The foul?
Kan perubahannya Childa kan double legacy.
Still nothing?
Dengar, aku tuh pernah dengar.
How about the visionary? Vetterfulnir
Kan
then?
Dotir lebih
Gold
kenal.
Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't
Actually, never mind that. I believe that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Tapi gampang amat lah jadi ngelawannya.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over.
What?
Gak usah kaget, Paimon. Semua akal itu harus digenapi, kita sudah tahu dan sudah.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Ternyata ini hanya hayalan. Iya sih, nggak mungkin juga sih teman-teman.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Dikembalikan. Ya ampun, sekilas realistis loh. Tumben-tumbenan Genshin begitu. Berarti tenggelamnya beneran tenggelam tapi orangnya masih hidup.
Hey! Help! Over here!
Nah iya. Makanya nggak laku tapi masih ada. Tapi beneran tenggelam lah. Ini bukan flashback kan? Bayar iya. Ini bukan Fontaine, kayaknya Fontaine. Oh ini kapal yang.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Nggak terasa Genshin lagi sih kalau udah kayak game apa ya gitu ya, kayak bukan Genshin lagi jadi. Orang Fontaine bisa menang semua.
Look, the water's receding.
Berarti di luar sana beneran naik airnya ya. Beneran naik tapi tidak larut.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Karena sudah ditipu sama Fontaine. Udah ditipu tanda kutip. Aduh. Wih, worth it lah ya, 4 jam. 13. Iya, 4 jam loh questnya loh. Act 5-nya.
The soil renewed. The Furina attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small skyship winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
Winglet.
The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-over. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the hard. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Bang, kenapa tak bot?
Paimon's curious too!
Halo.
Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around...
Are you
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first.
Oh, ini tinggal closingnya ya. Udah selesai. Oh, enggak, tinggal closingnya. Adegan terakhir ketika Poisson. Ya, ini tinggal penutupnya. Aduh. Berarti akun quest Fontaine itu 1, 2 oke, 3, 4 kelamaan. Yang kelima kepanjangan tapi worth it. Dan ternyata ngelawan Hiyo itu gampang. Pakai party biasa aja bisa ternyata.
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I
Kucing
especially
liar.
like that. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-making.
Oh, wait, just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than...
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone...
Mana kita?
Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a
MooneChan
day.
X Hutang. Halo, Amelie. Kamu main Genshin kan harusnya kan namanya ada
You're very
hukumnya.
quick.
Halo, sore juga. Sore.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to
Udah
the
main
news,
kah?
and freshness is the
Gimana
key.
Furinanya? Aku tipe orang yang kalau ada Archon quest tuh ngerjain Archon quest dulu. Jadi aku belum nyoba Furina gimana. Tapi dari 4 jam aku Archon quest ini ya pakai Furina. Furina kayaknya bakal jadi masuk Archon yang maspul deh.
Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty
Buat
good at building connections.
akun baru
Who
juga
knows? I
memudahkan
might eventually get that
explore.
interview with you after all, Miss Clarend.
Wow, you really do.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told me...
That's a very...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette
Aku
asked
nggak
me
ngomongin,
was,
tapi
when did the fortress
dari
become
Archon
so
quest ini nggak
friendly towards the
ngomongin
media?
kita ya sebagai MC-nya, tujuan MC-nya ya.
I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
Ngeri kak, serem sebelah. Kenapa? Serem sebelah kenapa? Ngerinya kenapa?
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting.
Berarti sekarang udah nggak masalah kan dengan air apa? Dengan
You seem
air
curious
kemudian.
about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still...
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact.
I have to agree.
Speaking of that.
Well,
Wow, it's like we've got... What flavor of biscuits would you like?
Me? I'm fine with any...
All right.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me? Or...
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin.
Apa tuh? Gacha Akbar 200 akun. Pasti streamer besar tuh. Sebelum kita kehilangan klorin, boleh nggak foto dulu? Nanti kan bisa dipakai buat ini. Apa namanya? Buat apa namanya? Buat thumbnail nanti. Kalau pas klorinnya sudah rilis. Munduran dikit, agak jauhan dikit. Navia juga boleh sih sebenarnya. Auto gacha. Sekian saran Furina. Bukan jangan ya. Aku nggak ngerti karena aku masih baru kan. Aku bukan orang yang ngikut meta gitu. Jadi kalau misalkan baru rilis, aku belum tahu buildnya. Cuman sekedar gacha karena suka aja. Jadi aku nggak tahu build Furina gimana. Tapi yang aku tahu Furina tuh buildnya HP deh. HP Hydro Crit Rate maybe. Terus yang aku tahu kalau senjata F2P-nya itu pakai fresh ring aja. Ini hilang ya. Pakai apa ya, untuk senjata F2P bisa pakai fresh ring atau mungkin Favonius kalau nggak punya fresh ring. Karena yang punya fresh ring adalah orang-orang yang sepuh. Ya, 84 tapi ya. Tapi coba tak lihat dulu, tetap tak lihat sih. Tapi aku nggak tahu buildnya. Yang aku tahu sekedar itu aja. Selalu nggak bisa harus ketik manual lah. 8 4 7 2 6 3 9 9 2. MooneChan akhirnya selama hampir 2 tahun Cici pulang layak. Belum punya Furina tapi Furici. Furici, makanya dia bilang Furici. Seriusan baru punya Cici. Gimana ya, aku Cici nggak tahu. Emang kamu PT berapa sekarang? PT berapa sekarang? 2 tahun punya Cici? Iya kan, nggak punya Cici 2 tahun. Masa? 2 tahun berarti 2021 kamu main kan? Kalau aku sih standar itu paling tinggi itu Mona sama Kecing konstelasi. Mona sama Kecing deh kalau nggak salah. Mana sih Kecing? Cici C3 apa C2? C1 mah. Iya baru punya. Berarti kamu di spam siapa? Di standarnya di spam sama siapa? Bener ya. Sama Furina tapi Furici. Gak apa-apa, kalau masih awal mah masih bisa dapet sih. Maksudnya bendernya masih lama kan. Masih ada event, explore, masih bisa lah dapet ya. Kalau tinggal berapa hari baru tuh bisa dapet. Betul kamu udah subscribe kan Emily?
Guess we're here again, huh? There's a real
Tapi Charlotte ikut ya sekarang ya.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Akhirnya ketemu juga katanya.
Did you come all the way to
Dude, kayak dude gitu.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nerd.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course.
All right then, this way.
Iya. Pada malu ya?
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her.
Sir, please don't
say
things like
kemarin
that.
masih di jodoh-jodohin.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just. This is my.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a... Still, if I might ask, where's that flying...
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try the...
Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, sure. Come on, Miss Sujwain, over this way. Huh?
Sure. Do I have to smile?
Oh iya dong, biar lucu.
How have things been at the...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some change.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too...
I'll just... I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting.
He sure did win them over.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face
Oh, actually...
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will... As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave...
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Kalau siapa ada kan kali.
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right, last stop, the docks.
Oh, berarti Archon Quest-nya tidak menyentuh area baru sama sekali ya. Tidak menyentuh map baru sama sekali. Oh, Nilanet.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any...
Trick a friend? I wonder which of...
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact?
You sure are working hard to help Fremine social...
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our...
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your...
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a
ya.
diplomatic gift.
Berarti dijelaskan di sini gnosisnya kemana. Neuvillette kepada ayah.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about.
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some reason for...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which...
Isn't he real busy and... But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads hundreds of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Ya ini, yang megang nosisnya.
Father! Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must... Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Muka yang ini. Nah, Cino, gue tuh apa? Tiba-tiba langsung ngomong
Well, that depends
Cino.
on many things. No one truly knows
Halo,
what the
Desna,
future
gitu nih.
holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved
Kalau
yourselves
mau
to be
dibikin
great
ceritanya
partners.
panjang, bisa dibikin dari POV-nya ini deh. Apa? POV-nya Fatuinya sih, tapi nggak ada. Aku jadi ingat nih.
A vision? All right.
Visionnya chill deh.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels on the...
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
Oh, nah ini bini gue tuh. Alracino gini gue. Gini gue, bini gue kali.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take what?
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you... I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
Buset. Ah, buset. Long stream. Bukan long stream, memang ceritanya belum selesai.
Alright then.
Ini Archon
We'll be
questnya loh.
handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Mandi sholat juga sih. Oh, udah selesai nih.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte out.
Oh, ini terakhir nih udah full. Terus ini pasti kita bisa banyak nanya nih harusnya. Bukan long stream, memang Archon questnya belum selesai. Anjir nggak tadi mulainya jam 12.45 dulu sambil makan bentar kan. Anggaplah di jam 1 jam 13 kan, udah jam 17 berarti 4 jam. Ini Archon quest terlama dibikin 2 bagian bisa sih ini sebenarnya. Iya. Nah, baru Archon quest sekarang, quest Furinanya. Wah, buat quest Furina nanti aja. Dipisah lah, masa digabung? Dipisah dong.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there!
Ini matiin apinya.
So, you really are here, Neverland? Kinda didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Bisa lah sekali-sekali stream mata kunang-kunang, tapi ini kunang-kunang sudah.
Really?
Udah kena.
Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to... In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Membahas
So I may
tentang saudara
explain
kita
some...
kan.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it
Kenapa? Kenapa menggunakan rencana pada hari itu? Masih halo Ananda. Kalau mendukung
Whoa. So that's what happened?
Iya.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fool. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to...
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the Hydro. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of... But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood. After the fact... In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans. And
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro...
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know
Ini
it.
pertanyaan tentang perhentian selanjutnya di perjalananku. Waduh, tentang MC-nya akhirnya ya.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability.
120 Indonesian fan dapat bintang 5 tadi, hoki nggak? Dapat 5 bintang 5, hoki banget lah. Berarti anggapan 20 berapa ya? 20 kali 5. Anggaplah setiap 20 PT lebih dapat bintang 5.
As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption...
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they... hang on a second. Paimon, back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children...
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would...
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Ada masa depan Fontaine. Banner karakter dapat 2, weapon 3.
Yeah, about that.
Ya hoki lah.
Riley said Furina is already
Weaponnya
left.
apa? Weapon Furina bukan?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to... I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired.
Dia capek.
Having said
Makanya
that, she
500
then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person...
But she's still got a place to stay.
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for... In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, but now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally...
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers and...
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me.
Panas lah. Oh, maksudnya panas apa?
As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer...
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith. Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command of a new Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite...
Wow. This ancient dragon's...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Fontaine, iya, kenapa?
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the neighbor...
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for... Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis.
Tujuan mereka yang tersisa di Fontaine setelah itu hanyalah Gnosis.
The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power.
Karena dia naga.
As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
Iya, makanya segampang itu ngasihnya.
If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now and avoid.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the name.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Nah, pertanyaan terakhir nih tentang saudaraku. Enggak, dia enggak nanya saudara kita, tapi tentang apa? Natlan ya.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Iya.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
Kayak kamu gitu.
You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there.
Kenapa?
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution.
Banyak kandal.
Large, Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain, waduh. Berarti Fatuinya dia.
Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's door. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know.
Tapi lagi-lagi tidak menjawab keberadaan saudara.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got a When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned we guessed that there might be some reason for it that
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface.
Ini
It
tidak
went
dikasih
something like
tahu.
this.
Tidak dikasih tahu. Tapi kasih tahu nggak? Harusnya enggak sih. Kasih tahu. Ada fitur nikah. Apa? Nikah? Gimana? Adain fitur nikah di Genshin dong, Hoyo. Kok nikah?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's
Makanya tadi aku ngerasa pas di bagian sini ada yang gantung gitu. Ternyata kita dikeluarin, di-cut gitu ya.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference.
Ada yang wangi nih Ananda. Kamu main Genshin lagi kan? Tapi untuk sekarang belum playable sih.
I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
Itu siapa nama
What was it
ceweknya?
again?
Itu siapa cewek? Ya, Skrik. Itulah pokoknya. Ya kayak Jingliu lah kalau di Starrel.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget?
Cakep banget cuy, nah kan.
You should have the remains of the third descender on your
Mirip ya, mirip
person.
Jingliu ya.
Yes.
Matanya pun juga mirip sih.
Remains? I've never...
According to your parlance.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you...
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young. And I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
Apakah
And
ini
my reason for no
mengindikasikan
longer
bahwa
wishing
dia
to
tidak akan
return to the
playable
surface?
seperti Dainsleif?
This third descender you refer to...
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to
Next time, you believe we will meet again?
Lain kali, kamu akan yakin kita ketemu lagi.
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I?
Boleh deh nanti aku
He can be the
biasa
messenger
aja.
then.
Ada chill deh. Main apanya besar? Ngeliatnya ke situnya dong. Game Hoyover sebelah, iya Jingliu kan. Nah, mirip tapi beda.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not.
The remains of the third. So that's what the no-sees actually are. I just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary. I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the no-sees, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental... I wonder, is your...
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that
Furina OP
really
nggak?
what she wanted?
OP sih. OP.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a
Mungkin
god's
bisa
will.
bisa jadi karakter maspul juga sih, setelah maksudnya selain Nahida dan Kazuha. Kenapa Traveler nggak pernah ngomong? Di akun quest ini ada ngomong 2 kalimat atau berapa kalimat. Lumayan banyak. Digaji nggak dia? Mauan aja. Mau lah, gaji dong.
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain, and what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon.
Kekat. Wih, berarti total ngerjain akun questnya sekitar 4,5 jam ya. Ini akun quest terlama yang pernah aku mainkan. Berarti kalau kalian mau bener-bener main tanpa stop, siapkan waktu paling nggak 5 jam loh. Kalau mau tanpa terpotong ya. Notif banditnya udah nggak ada ya. Di sini ada notif banditnya. Tapi di situ nggak ada. Bagus. Masih nanya lagi.
From your expressions that you still have more. Ask away.
Mana gacanya?
Tell you
Udah.
the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully prepare your.
Udah gacanya dapet. Kalau di hold dia ganti mode. Udah. Jadi nggak usah daily. Misalnya kalau cepat pulih dan menuliskan kami bisa memantau hasil dan bisa buku-buku dan menekan buku panduan petualang. Shadow of Another World. Di mana tempatnya? Di sini ya tempatnya. Di mana nih? Kok random banget tempatnya di sini? Beginning. Ini ya Apep kan? Jangan item makasih. Oke. Story belum selesai. Ya, story-nya ini kan Furina kan. Baru kita bisa buka. Ya langsung gak kerjain sih, tapi nanti deh. Kayak mau pipis mandi. Sholat. Menarik off enggak. Tadi dapat Mona dulu. Harusnya sih sudah kecatat ya. Nanggung bang, gacha sekali lagi. Iya sih, ya nanggung lah ya. Demi Ananda nih. Nggak dapat kan Ananda. Dragon Band aku kebanyakan. Apa ya? PT berapa tadi? Nggak inget sih aku. Kursornya hilang. Ah, baru ada. Audi, Charlotte, Medu, Furina. Ya, berarti ini udah PT berapa ini? Sekarang berarti PT 10, 15, 19 ya. 19 red off berarti. Ini dapatnya 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nah, 5. Ah, PT 25 berarti dapatnya. Tapi dapat Mona dulu. Lo belum kelar. Udah kelar. Udah kelar. Sudah kelar. Kayak keluarga jadinya. Sudah kelar. Berapa jam aku nggak? Kalau di aku 4 jam setengah. Di aku 4 jam setengah ya. Ya, dadah mau mandi. Iya. Tapi kayaknya sholat dulu deh. Ini udah ngaji-ngaji. Udah deh, selesai dah. Yaudah. Aduh, terima kasih pada nontonin ya. Sampai jumpa lagi nanti di live selanjutnya. Nggak tahu nanti malam live apa enggak. Nggak tahu nanti malam live apa enggak. Jadi akun kan 4 jam setengah, weh, panjang ya. Dibagi 2 bisa sih sebenarnya kalau mau. Bagi dua. Yang sebelum sidang itu bisa dibagi 2 tuh, bisa di-cut. Jadi bagian 6 gitu. Live Outlast nggak usah, nggak banyak. Enggak sih, kalau malam kayaknya aku live santai aja deh. Bukan live yang kayak Outlast gitu. Mungkin live game ya ngobrol lah, free talk gitu. Game yang bisa free talk ya. Paling enggak. Questnya gimana? Menurut aku sih bagus quest Fontaine ya. Bagus. Dengan Sumeru sama bagusnya. Karakternya banyak dan kepakai semua. Beda dengan Inazuma yang karakternya banyak tapi tidak banyak kepakai gitu. Build Furina, ya boleh build Furina nanti malam ya. Atau gacha Furina akun kedua ya, boleh sih. Akun kedua daily dulu atau mungkin ya daily dulu. Baru gacha Furina, habis itu baru balik akun utama build Furina sama spiral juga belum sih. Ya udah deh kalau gitu, makasih ya Zene, Ananda atau siapapun yang masih hadir di sini. Sampai jumpa lagi nanti malam live santai aja. Aku mau sholat dulu, mau mandi juga. Sampai jumpa lagi nanti malam atau live selanjutnya ya. Dah, sampai jumpa, dadah, tutup. Sudah. Tidak ada basa-basi karena aku buru-buru. Oke, aku stop streaming semuanya. Makasih udah nonton. Stop streaming 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dadah.